So is it possible to bring it here? Yes, exactly. I think there's somewhere you need to snatch, to detach it somewhere back there. It's a cable. Yes, so as already hinted by Moses, at University of Dar es Salaam, we adapted this problem-based learning, actually for the purpose of making sure that students are, we change the way students learn things. Huh? Yes, it's possible to come here. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So after long discussions, we find it useful to change the way students, the way we transfer the knowledge to students. Instead of a conventional way whereby a student's learning material and after that set for exams, we decided maybe it's better to change and make the students learning by solving a certain challenges. And as already hinted by my colleague, in 2011, we at ICT, we started an incubation center. And the main intention was at least to make sure that these students, whenever they learn, they can have somewhere where they can go to mentorships whenever they approach the challenges. So by 2011, we started that. And we kept on doing the problem-based learning education through our incubation center. And of course, when we reach in the year 2016, is when these seminars of innovation start to burst around the world. And our colleagues from UNICEF approach us and they bring a proposal that if we can establish programs where we can continue to mentor our youth at the university. So Y4C started by that motivations. It was a motivations whereby UNICEF Tanzania country office comes and we sit together as a college of ICT at the University of Dar es Salaam, and we establish these particular centers. And in September 2016, we signed an MOU with the UNICEF, and the intentions was, like I said, just to make sure that we make these youth at the University of Dar es Salaam at least solve the issues in the community by using the knowledge they acquired at the university. And of course, the goals of signing the MOU was to enhance the innovations to students, to inspire young Tanzanians to create public goods and generate positive social values, but also to generate innovative solutions for children's, women's, and community at large. For children's and women's, because it was our visions of UNICEF's, but also a community at large, because at the end, whenever you help our children and women's, that impact will reflect to the community. And of course, it was also try to accommodate the visions of the University of Dar es Salaam. So in 2016, we set some action plan, and one of the very important action plans we set was to establish a physical space that where the youth will be mentored, also to involve academic staffs on one hand and students on that, and to make sure that they innovate something, also to promote youth-led innovations, to support strategic network and internationalizations of the hub, because we want to expose these young people to the world, at least whatever they are doing there, it should be visible by the other side of the world. Also to support strategic innovation, entrepreneurships, and investment. I've been informed that this afternoon we are going to have a discussions, because at the university we capacitate these youth to innovate and come out with an innovative product. But our intention is not to make toys at the university. Our intention is to help these young people to move from the innovative product at the university and make them, at least make them go outside and becomes entrepreneurs. So that is another action plans that we set when we sign an MOU with UNICEF to establish. Also, to ensure a gender equality and inclusiveness. And we've been struggling for this since we started in 2016, because as you all know, the numbers of girls who are normal enrolled in science subjects has been a bit low. So with this, we had a plans that whenever we form a team of innovations, we have to make sure that there is a balance of gender, so that at least we increase that number of women's enrollment in our programs. So progress that we have made so far with the Youth for Children Innovation Hub, according to the action plans, we managed to set a physical space. So as already hinted by my colleagues here, we welcome you guys, any stakeholders who will wish to come and see what exactly Youth for Children Innovation Hub we are doing. We have a physical space at the College of ICT. The College of ICT of University of Dar es Salaam is located at Kijitonyama, where there was a former, the TTCL college. I think it was a Postal and Telecommunication College by then. So those buildings, those infrastructure are currently used by the College of ICT of University of Dar es Salaam. So if you reach there and ask the Youth for Children Innovation Hub, someone will take you to the physical space where you will see the works that have been already done by the students. So we have achieved that. So Co-ICT provided a space and rehabilitated, and we start the space started functioning on April 2017. Also, because by then when we started practicing the problem-based learning, actually we were struggling on what exactly innovative methods we should use. So in 2017, UNICEF assist or support University of Dar es Salaam by bringing an expert. That expert was she was an expert in human-centered designs, and the intention was to make sure that she at least transformed the knowledge on HCDs to the staffs at our university. Of course, we've also gone through series of activity at Y4C so far. We have managed to provide some seminars and hackathons to students for the purpose of making sure that the students are getting the relevant knowledge and doing the networks with other stakeholders. So far we have managed to organize seminars on machine learnings, programmings, user interface designs, the data science and entrepreneurships to our students. But also we, as a Y4C, in support of our partners and other stakeholders, we have managed to provide some internships for the purpose of nurture what students have already exhibit. So whenever students exhibit that she can do or he can do something better, we normally talk to our partners and stakeholders, at least to make sure that these students get some assistance to further the idea. So in 2016-2017, we provide 2 internships. 2017-18, we provide another 2 internships. 2018 to 2019, we provide 5 interns. And these are previous year. In the year that we have ended, 2020-2021, we provide 1 internship. So you can see a gap of 2019 to 2020. It was because of the pandemic that we are facing. But also, as I say, is another. We have used our lab space, and also to provide some seed funds to make sure that these students are further further their ideas into solutions. And we normally emphasize the students to come out with an open source solutions. So far, we have managed to nurture and give a seed fund to some numbers of projects, including some projects in WASH, another projects in teaching volunteering, another projects in child protections, in health, nutrition, child with disability, and life skills. If you need, because of the times, if you need more information on these particular projects, we welcome you much to our lab space, our hub space there at the Core ICT, where you will see a lot of these innovations in this area. But also we have managed to integrate, because at Core ICT we do academics, and when we started Y4C, we were struggling trying to think the sustainability of the hub itself. So we see one of the approach to make it sustainable is at least to integrate what exactly is happening at the Youth for Children Innovations Hub with the academic curriculums. So the first approach we decided to, because at the university we have a final year projects as a program, an academic programs. So we decided to integrate some of the activity that happens at the Youth for Children Innovation Hub with the final year projects. So we managed to integrate it, and we started enrolling some students at Y4C, and after that, the project that they do at Y4C, they take it further and do it at their projects in the final year projects. So far, we have managed to support 194 students by training them for human-centered designs, and after that, make them take their projects to be, or to do those same projects for the whole year in the final year projects. We have also improved the practical training program. At the university, we have these programs where in each end of the year, we normally take our students to the field, to the industry to do. So at Y4C, we have also do the approach by enroll the students during this window, make the students start taking their challenge through the practical training, and after that, take those challenges, solve it through a year. And so far, we have managed to recruit 84 students. As you can see, the numbers in 2017-18, we recruit 23, 18-19, we recruit 25, 19-20, we recruit 16, and the 2021s, just ended year, we recruit 20 students. Some of them are here, and maybe if time allow, they can get some times to at least to say what their learning experience. How Y4C administered, as already hinted by my colleagues, Y4C is normal administered hierarchically. So we have an hierarchical structure to make sure that that youth-led spirit is being nurtured by the administration. So on the top, as already hinted, we normally have a top level of UDism management led by the principals of ICT and the UNICEF Tanzania country office. But also on that particular area, we normally also invite other stakeholders to join and support Y4C activities. So these are the top most decision makers for anything that happens at the Y4C. But below that, there is a steering committee, whereby this steering committee involve a representative of the University of Dar es Salaam's UNICEF Tanzania, as well as any other stakeholders joins. But below that, you have Y4C administered by the coordinators, the coordination team. So I'm one of the coordination coordinator, and we are in that. And below that, we normally make sure that the students do whatever they want to do for their benefits and for the benefits of the community by coming out with the innovations through the youth-led innovations activity. So these are the academics, and we had an approach, and mostly our approach is normally composed with 4 components. We have, at one point, we have a challenge provider, as already hinted by my colleagues here. We normally try as much as we can to make sure that these young innovators, they do something from the community. So we normally go to ask for the challenge providers to provide challenges, and after that expose those challenges to the students, so that whenever they do something from the field and not from their desk. On the other hand, we have Y4C stakeholders. As I already said, we normally provide internships. So whenever we see a potential to our students, we normally approach our supporters, talk to them, and after that we provide the internship programs. But also the stakeholders, they're sometimes also supporters on capacity building programs, the research and developments, because the students will just come and tell you they normally go to do our research to make sure that whenever they brainstorm, they come out with an idea, it is informed from the community. But on the other end, also already talked by my colleagues, also we have a CD and a human-centered designs approach, which we normally use to make sure that these students are not innovating along the rough road, but they're innovating through a certain principle. Yeah, so these are but on the other hand, we have the supervisors and the mentors and the trainers there at the university. So this is like the way we normally take the challenges from the challenge providers. So we create a pool, already hinted by my colleagues. We have tried to come out with a bank, a challenge bank, so that whenever any stakeholder that's outside there has a real life challenges, the stakeholders can bring to the pool, and we expose it to the students, where the students can pursue it in different programs through the final year students projects, as an interns, practical training, or we sometimes give them to the graduate students, the master's students, as well as the PhD research programs. For stakeholders, they've normal support us by taking our students on board during the research. So we normally take the students to research. They meet stakeholders, have a talk, being clarified on the challenges, and after that they come back and do. So these are the examples where the students went to visit the stakeholders, having the different talks. The CD has already talked. We have tried to integrate it and make sure that the CD becomes useful whenever students doing the final year projects. So thank you very much for listening, and I would love to have a more length talk on how Y4C is working, but let me welcome you all. Please feel free to come and visit the Youth for Children Innovation Hub space at the University of Dar es Salaam, to make sure that we emphasize that sense of problem-based learning at the university level. Thank you very much, Nelson.
I would say thank you very much. And it's amazing when we see over these years how much the results get to accumulate. You know, we start small, 15, 20, it doesn't seem much. But then when you start looking, right, it's now over 180 students that have received HCD training methodology, and over 80 that have already completed the curriculum. So that is, I think that deserves a big round of applause. Thank you. So, but it is very important to know how, I mean, it's part of a continuum, so to speak. We've had the approach of the university, how that translated into the innovation lab, but this is still a youth summit. And more importantly, I think it is relevant for us to understand how do these approaches and opportunities actually benefit and change young people's lives and prospects into the future. So today we're going to have a former student, a former PT participant. So Caroline will join us and will talk to us about her story. How was it to be part of the PT curriculum, of the PT program, and what has she taken out of it, and what benefits might she have gained from it? So please, a round of applause for Caroline.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, my name is Karen Lewanga, and I'm I'm an ex-PT Y4C member and a facilitator at the Y4C Innovation Hub. I was able to join Y4C as a student in last year, September, during the university practical training period. In my journey in Y4C, I got to practice and being trained in human-centered design. And whereas we reached on the first week, we were welcomed and trained on the steps and skills concerning HCD. Also, we were introduced to different challenges that were brought by UNICEF that exist in our society. In particular, I solved a challenge that involved how to increase awareness concerning child violence and improve the reporting systems in our country. Through my journey in solving this challenge, I got the chance to learn different other tools from the Innovation Hub, where we were taught on different research approaches as we were trying to collect data from different stakeholders we had discovered. Also through human-centered design, we were able to come and ideate different ways on generating possible solutions. And we managed to generate a solution that involved three parts. One was a chatbot, another was a USSD platform, and also there was a mobile game application. And throughout this journey, we worked as a team. I was one among them, and my fellow there, Blessing, was also part of the team. And our fellow Arnold is not here. But we worked as a team together in from identifying the challenge we were given to approach the solution we had obtained. And during my stay or my training throughout the PT program, I also used the same challenge I was given as part of my final year project. And through that, it has managed or helped me cover and reach very far, since my project was selected as best undergraduate project. And I managed to do innovation at the college level, and I won, and we participated at the university level, and we won and went further to the International Trade Fair, where we showcased to the society our solution that helps to increase awareness on child violence and also improve the reporting methods. Apart from that, through the Innovation Hub, I've managed to improve my communication skills as through the practice of speaking the white talks in the hub, and also through the different innovations I was participating, gave me the courage to stand like the way I'm standing right now in front of all, to speak and share my ideas that I managed to generate throughout my period where staying in Y4C. Also from Y4C, I managed to gain project management tools, since as a team, working together, we had different ideas, we had different differences, but the project management tools we had been taught and trained in the hub helped us to work out the different solutions, different approaches. Like if you had a part to prepare a document, everybody had a responsibility, and through the hub, all this was possible. Apart from that, the hub has different sessions. Like we had weekly sessions where they called trainers for entrepreneurships. And through the entrepreneurship trainings, I've also improved or gained entrepreneurship skills, and also has helped me to take my solutions or ideate my solution in a part where will make me independent as I still go out from the university. Through my experience and the knowledge I gained in HCD, It has also helped me create a large network since I was able to participate in different meetings and different exhibitions. Also, apart from that, the Innovation Hub also trained us on new products like Rapid Pro. That was a hackathon. It has also trained us in different language. Like if you go there and you are not well in certain programming skills, they help you, they nurture you till when you become best. Like right now, I'm based in developing mobile application because through the hub, it helped me nurture my skills much better. And I would say through this year experience, it was a wonderful experience. And right now, I'm a facilitator there with my fellow Rechumaro. I've gotten the opportunity to share back to my fellow youth what I was trained and given. Like I've been sharing them the steps in solving the HCDs, solving challenges in society. Also the research skills and tools I was trained at, and the project management tools I was trained with. And this has given me an courage that I'm giving back to the community what was given to me and shared with me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was very, very inspiring to know of an actual experience of going through the program and being part of this movement, almost, I would say. We now have about, I'd say, 10 minutes for questions and answers, to have a bit more of a conversation so that this is not just a one-way conversation. I've asked, and I think there's possibility to receive questions from the audience that is online. If there are any questions coming from online, I would really appreciate. And we will have also a microphone in the room for any questions to some of our participants. I hope there are questions. Okay, so can we have one of the, let me move around the room a bit. I can do some exercise actually. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3. We're good. So, a question.
Yes, please. Thank you very much. First of all, I should commend the presenters for just balancing the way they share their experiences at the University of Dar es Salaam. My name is Dr. Ambrose Case. I'm from University of Dodoma. I'm also the Director for Research and Consultancy. I was really interested to listen to this kind of presentation, particularly on the approach that the researchers or the trainers are using on problem-based training. And one of the areas that they highlighted was about trying to use students' projects, especially on their fourth year, something like third year, as projects. Then this could be one of the areas that we can identify the potentials for young people. But my question will be, how do we make sure that these best ideas that they are shared by the students during their last years as projects are sustainable after their graduation? Do we have any initiatives for tracing where they are? And if they are also connected to their researchers, I mean principal researchers, in this case I'm referring to the lecturers. How best can we revive these ideas for further incubation until when we have the final products that we can engage with the industry? Thank you.
That is a very good question. Who would like to take that?
Yeah, so thank you very much for the question. I think that's a very relevant question. We don't only get these questions from the fora like this one, but we literally get those questions from everywhere. And they are relevant questions. People asking about the sustainability. Like, where do we go after we have the products? Because we train these young people, students in our case, to come up with the products, to address challenges, and they come with so many good products. And that's the problem that, as you highlighted when talking about the final year project, we were facing back then. We come up with good products, they end up in the shelves, and we maybe going to talk about them for a year or so, and then we're going to forget about them. Now, from the university level, since last year, we started what we call commercialization program. Because developing a solution is one thing, but taking that solution to the market is completely a different thing. And that is the gap that we need to navigate, that we need to cross. And we realized that in order to have any impact with these products that we train these young people to come up with, we need to find a framework where these products don't end up on the shelves in the university coffers, but go to the market. And that is another step in commercialization. And commercialization, we talk about it in isolation, but the whole thing actually is commercializing, starting from the ideas, from the informed by the research, all the way to addressing the actual problem and making sure that it gets to the target market. Now, there are two approaches that we are doing. With the UNICEF, because there's what we call the Innovation Hub that we're forming. I talked about UDICT in there. I've talked about Y4C. So we have a mode where these products get to the market and they're being used without selling them up. So it will be addressing a community issue. We develop a solution for them. They use that solution for free. But for them to use that solution, you still have to motivate that, to engage them, for them to know that there's a solution. So that's another way of ensuring that these products don't end up with us. The other part is what I've talked about, the commercialization. And we know certainly we don't have enough resource to commercialize everything. And we need to engage the industry to ensure that those are products which show significance, value, get adopted or even adapted by the industry and taken to the market through the formal industrial approach. That is not something which is mature. It is something that we are still working on to ensure that we have a good commercialization framework. We have enacted guidelines, and we are in the process of coming up with probably the university-based commercialization framework to ensure that we get this to the market. But that is a global challenge. Not all the products that are being created or made go to the market. Researchers show that probably less than 10% of the products go to the market. And most of them end up somewhere. Maybe it becomes a lesson to someone who created it, to create a better product next time, or probably it being adapted in a different way to ensure that it is going to a level where it is useful. So we understand that challenge, and more to us than anyone else, given the country we are in and the economy we are in. I think it needs a concerted effort from all the stakeholders to make sure that we get these products to the market. So that's a very relevant question. Thank you very much for that. And maybe we can forge some ways we can get these products to the market after.
Okay, just to add on that, as already hinted by my colleague, we have been struggling in commercializations of the products of our students, and as already hinted when I was presenting here, as Y4C, we normally provide internships. The main intentions of providing these particular chances is whenever we see a potential products. Maybe our students have come out with a real valued idea, and after that, the students invest a lot of times and knowledge to come out with a certain product. So by the end, we at the university, whenever students graduate, you'll find that students without any support continue living in university environments. So we have been working with our stakeholders to ask them to support some tokens in terms of internships to provide to these students, and whereby we normally manage to keep some of them at university. So if you come there, you find some students at the Youth for Children Innovation Hub, or we have another incubation facility there. You find some students there. We normally provide this. Of course, as already hinted by my colleagues, we don't have enough resources. So with the limited resources we normally provide, we cross-check and we examine to make sure that the product that students has come out with, it is real needed by the community. So we support that. And after that, sometimes we support our students to do some pilot testings to the community, and after that we support these students to continue with that idea. So we have students over there with the products, and we have been trying to expose them through different exhibitions, so that at least stakeholders can see these products and try to accommodate them over there and make these students maybe use those products as a startup to start up their companies. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's very interesting answers. I would ask, okay, we have one more question from the audience, please.
Yes, my name's Naza Nicholas Kirama, and I am currently the Chief Executive Officer of Internet Society Tanzania chapter. And I would like to say good morning all the young people in the room, young men and women. And I used to be a youth activist, and I love you all because I know what you are doing is for your future. It's very important. Before I shoot some questions for you guys, I would like to say that there is this notion about the issue of commercialization of innovation, of innovative products. It is a big issue, but now who is the biggest consumer in Tanzania? The biggest consumer is the government. Okay? And I will not be surprised if you go to the University of Dar es Salaam and you find most of the applications that are being used are not actually homegrown. So the problem, actually begins right there. The government is supposed to be the biggest consumer of our own innovation. And I would like to point you to one fundamental thing that we really, because it includes also me, that all these things that we are talking about are in the Ilani ya Chama cha Mapinduzi for 2020, 2025. So we really have to, I don't know how we are going to be able to link, because we were supposed to have, or even the people from CCM in this room, so they can push these things. The Texas instruments that you see today, the Apple, the Compaqs, the Microsoft, it is not something that they didn't just start from air. They were innovations, but the biggest consumer was the government of the United States of America. So if we are not able to push our government to be able to buy these innovations, and I know, our lecturers there, from university, they can lobby and they can push and they can make sure that the commercialization of these products are not. It is not something which we talk meeting after meeting. Okay, so I think that is very important. To the questions of sustainability, I think Dr. Cosmas was talking about 2011. That is when they started. So if you start talking about commercialization of these things the innovation, the cycle of innovation for the last 10 years, it is too little a cycle, because if you are talking about the innovation that led to what we have in the world today, like the Windows, the office, it is not something that started like yesterday. It takes time. It takes time for the commercialization to be able to kick in. So what I would encourage you guys, the Dr. Cosmas, continue pushing young people to innovate, regardless whether there is commercialization. But I know for sure the future of Tanzania is bright and it is going to change. That is one thing that I'm sure of. So, yes, sorry. So never mind about the issue of commercialization. Let the future takes care of itself. But continue pushing, because there is almost, how do I put it? Yani watu wanapenda sana kujua kwamba sustainability iko wapi. But sustainability, we have to push the government to be able to be the consumer of the products that we are making. Because if we're investing in education, billions of money, so don't we mind about the kind of products that are coming from the investment that we're making? That is the argument. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting comment. I don't know who would like to provide some response. Okay, so let's have a dialogue. Let's change the rules a bit. So yes, please.
Thank you so much, the gentleman from Open Society, for your remarks. I just wanted to say that Internet Society, apologies. I just wanted to say that the session today morning is a great segue into the session in the afternoon, because the workshop in the afternoon is actually focusing on commercialization of university products. We know that there's no one single stakeholder that really can have all the answers to themselves, and regardless of when and how many years they've been doing this, but it really has to take an ecosystem approach towards this support, where academia come into the room, the government, private sector, and everyone really just to see how to work this out. So the session in the afternoon, which might seek to answer quite a number of these questions, such as how do we create win-win situations between university students and the universities themselves towards the road of commercialization, but also, are the products being created attractive enough in the market? How do we attract investment towards those products? All these questions are going to be answered in the afternoon, and I believe that after today's workshop, we're going to follow up with, I think, a much bigger feasibility study around that specific area. So I just wanted to let the doctor off the hot stove and say that this is to be continued as well in the afternoon, and I'm sure this is the same audience that will also be in the room, and more stakeholders from the development partner space are also coming into the room in the afternoon. Yeah, so stick around for that.
Thank you very much. That was a good comment. I would wonder if there are any more questions from the audience at this point. Okay, we have one more question.
Thank you very much, and I'm Doreen from the Sokoine University of Agriculture. I just wanted to know, because you have hinted to us the many good things that you are doing for the Y4C, and you also mentioned that some of the students are still being held there doing some things at different levels. I just wish to know, how do you release them? When do they graduate? How do you let them go? knowing that now this is enough? Or are they there just for the lifetime? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Doreen, for a good question.
Okay. Let's add up one more. Sorry, one more question.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. Just want to add something on what the last speaker has already said. In what I also asked the presenters with regard to something for showcasing, especially for our students. I know they have their good ideas, products, and sometimes we take them to these kind of exhibitions. Sometimes, for example, I have seen University of Dar es Salaam as well as University of Dodoma, we also showcasing these kind of products. My biggest worry is, how do we make sure that we protect these ideas from others taking them up? And what could be the strategies for making sure that what we have, especially most of the ideas are still under consideration, under development. How do we protect this from other, well, I don't know if I can put the right word, but to be snatched by others, the other researchers, I think.
Yes, the first movers.
That is a very hard question for sure.
Yes.
And I think that in the afternoon session, some of that will be discussed in terms of intellectual property and copywriting of the ideas. But please do take the stage. We have two questions.
Yes.
So, Dr. Cosmos, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much for your question, guys. Question from Doreen and another one from doctor from UDOM. Maybe to start with Doreen's questions, how do you release the students? So we normal enroll the students, and after that expose them, as I say, to challenges, and they start working on the challenges for a period of a year or sometimes more than a year, because in most cases when you want an innovative idea to become a product, it's not possible to make it in a year, and it's not like we normal just let the students be free whenever they wish to, maybe to go out and be employed. We don't restrict them to do that. But as I say, we normal work together with our partners to make sure that we create some environment for students who will wish him to or her to continue being there, to continue nurture that products to reach at maturity level. So we normally work with our stakeholders to ensure that these students become sustainable and comfortable while there. And whenever students wish like maybe to go out being employed or whatever, we normally do not restrict that opportunity to students. But what we normally do, whenever we go to a point where we see these students is going to graduate in that career, so we normally set a certain kind of succession plan. So whenever a student is performing a certain projects, we always make sure that in that team we include another students who will take that idea, that students get an opportunity. So we have a succession plan at a university, whereby at the Y4C, whereby we ensure that a particular product is being performed by a student who is a final year student, but also in the same team another student who is a continuing student. It's not for the intentions of snatching the idea from the graduated students, but also to make sure that here is being taken further to make sure that the products become mature. As I said, it's really very difficult to make an innovative product in a year. We have been experiencing this. So we have some product there, but it took some time to make them really become products. About the how do we protect? Yes, we have been experiencing this because outside there are fast movers. There are people who move very fast. Whenever they snatch your idea, it will take them some few months to take it to the market. So we normally make sure that whenever students has and we see to the community, we normally try to protect that through the IP, the patent. So we have been working this together with the University of Dar es Salaam's ICT incubator to make sure that whenever we see a potential idea, we try to patent it so that we protect the idea from the fast movers. I can assure you, there have been there are a lot of people being visiting in our exhibitions. Whenever they visit, they try to get to that idea deeply, and within a fraction of a second, we'll find a product outside there to the community. So we have been doing that. It's only for the patent, but of course, also try to make sure that you release the idea outside while you have already put some IP measures to protect that idea. Yes. You want to add anything?
Yeah, so if I can quickly add on what Dr. Cosmas has said, how do we release students? He talked about how we ensure that there's a succession from an immature idea to get it to the level where it matures. But in the college as well, we have got a space where these students are given opportunity even after they have graduated to develop that further with some funds coming from the university to commercialize the product. For example, you may have heard about Smart Class, and that's a very popular system where kids or children, maybe in the secondary and primary level, get private tutors to teach them. And that is based in the University of Dar es Salaam, in the UDAK office. We give them space. When we see an idea is good and it can be taken further, we come together. There are some regulatory issues there to be taken care of. I won't go deep into that on how we do it, but we support them at that one. We have got a smart stock as well, another product which is upcoming. You may have heard about it, or will hear about it soon. So we have got all these potential ideas or products, so to say, which we see that have got potential. But let's face it, we can't have a space for every student that is going through our platform, but we want to put an environment for that to happen. When it comes to protection of ideas, generally I tell my students, like, ideas worth nothing, and that is true. They worth nothing unless you fast track your process to taking them to a product or solution which you can eventually protect. But we can't protect ideas. We can only protect invention or good products emerging out of those. And the best way to do it is to fast track when a student has got a good idea, to take them through the process quickly. And that's why we have set this process for them to develop those products and ensure that we protect that. We have people from the BRELA, from the legal framework, the TRI, and etc., that we're engaging with to ensure that we sort of like find a quick process to take this idea through the process to get them to the other side before someone snatches them. But it is quite a difficult process.
Okay, thank you very much. Wow, okay. Give me a second so that I can organize. You had requested first, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have just received a question from Diana, and
Small correction. It's not from Diana. It was from our people who are watching online.
yes, I was going to there. Yeah, and this question is asked by people who are watching online and asked me to answer. But the question is directed to them. That apart from university students, do you have a program that identify youth, especially one that can't afford university fee, but they have talents and ideas? So I would love them to answer first, and then I'll answer from a ministry's perspective. Please start. And then
Okay, one quick note. Why did Diana give the question to you? Just so, if you don't mind introducing yourself.
my name is Dr. Noel Mbonde. I'm from the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. and I'm working there as a director of TVET. TVET means Technical and Vocational Education and Training.
Thank you very much. So, very briefly, and over to the panel, does Y4C or the University of Dar es Salaam have any program that target young people who are not able, for any reason, to attend university at that point? And immediately, comes to mind the Smart Girls Initiative. So, please.
Yeah, so yes, thank you, Doctor, for the question. And we have got other parallel programs that we are running, knowing that Y4C and UDICT are sort of like streamlined into the formal academic process to take in the students who are within our operation environment. But we have got, as you said, the Smart Girls program, the Girls in ICT. We run several challenges like the Diamond Challenge, which of course take young people from the secondary school level, primary school level, and even others outside, the entrepreneurs outside the university, to come in and go through these initiatives, which are sort of like a short term, so to say, because we don't have like a long term like the UDICT and Y4C where students take 1 year or so. But these are short term to equip them with relevant skills in their line of duty, so to use that term, to ensure that they can enjoy this sort of like freedom, bringing knowledge to whatever they are doing. So we have got that, but going forward with the problem-based learning at the university level, I'm not speaking this on behalf of the Vice Chancellor or Chancellor or anyone in the university, but I sort of like just giving you a hint there of what is going to happen, is that we want to open even these innovation hubs. We, in collaboration with the ICT Commission, as you have heard, they are going to start these regional hubs, and they want to link with the universities and other stakeholders in the education and innovation ecosystem to ensure that we provide support to that. And that will be a way of scaling up the initiatives that we do at the university level. And I think that's the future where we are going.
Okay, thank you very much. Sir, I know, I understand. Okay. I'll have to be very mindful of time because we will have another session that is also relevant. I have 3 more people also to speak. I would like to give you the opportunity to also explain what TVET can do for children, young people who are not able to attend university, and then I'll collect the questions.
Yeah, thank you for a good answer from the university. I'm now speaking as a person from the ministry. The Ministry of Education, Science and Technology has initiated a program called Makisatu. That is maonyesho ya kitaifa ya sayansi and teknolojia in Swahili. And this is the type of exhibition which is taking place every year. Normally it takes place in March to April. And in fact we are inviting all innovators, be it young or old, and be it from the university, from the college, or from primary school or chekechea. They are all invited. They come there, they show the innovations, and once the ministry is satisfied, first we award them. We give them some tokens. The first comes with a big token, and the least one with a small token. So let me take now this opportunity to welcome even the DOT people who are participating in this DOT thing, the youth, Tanzania youth or whatever. Come and join that exhibition. And if possible, you can even find those from remote areas. Tell them about this Makisatu so that they come and join. It is actually a very big event, and it takes place for 1 week. 7 days. And this year it was officiated by the Prime Minister, Majaliwa. And next year we are going to do the bigger one. Actually, we have several exhibitions. We have the Makisatu and we have the TET exhibition. This TET exhibition actually involved those who are from colleges, technical colleges. And when I talk of colleges, technical colleges, I don't mean only ufundi or those who are doing the technology. When I talk of technology, it means all, spheres, all middle or tertiary institutions, be it agriculture, science, technology, medicine, etc. They normally come and show their talents. They show what they're doing there. So we have different exhibitions, like the Makisatu, this is the TET one, technical education and training, and we have the vocational education and training exhibition. Now, as from next year, we will combine all these three exhibitions and do one. And it will take place either on May or June. It will be a fantastic exhibition. So, I would love again to welcome all of you, you innovators in Swahili say wabunifu, eh? You come there, show your talents, show what you are doing, and the ministry will take you further. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I think this deserves a round of applause. And you know, Dr. Noel, this is where I see that the dots connect. Because some of the innovators from the Y4C actually participated in Makisatu and were acknowledged by their innovation. So this is where it all comes together. Thank you very much. So we have three, it will have to be brief, but we have three interventions. You're saying that you want to come as a segue from this, then I'll give the floor to you for a question and we'll end up here. Is that okay? Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm Ameri Aburio from the University of Dar es Salaam. Mine was not a question. I was just, I wanted just to add on what was said by my colleagues from the University of Dar es Salaam. And in particular, I wanted to answer the question from the online, which was asked by the person from the ministry, that our initiative at the University of Dar es Salaam, we are taking care of the innovators who are not part of the university students who have maybe competed, especially in Makisatu or elsewhere, and they have been awarded some seed funds to take further their products, and then they don't have expertise, place to work, and guidance. So we have received some of the youth who have competed in Makisatu in all these 3 years, and they won, especially the first year and the second year, and they have been directed to the University of Dar es Salaam by COSTECH, and with their support, fund support from COSTECH. And when they arrive to the University of Dar es Salaam, we assess their prototypes, and then we do direct them to the respective colleges. Some of them have been taken to engineering, and some of them to co-ICT with their memorandum of understanding between COSTECH and between the University of Dar es Salaam as well. So we are doing that. So for those youth who are working, they have talents, they are out there, and they don't have money, if they compete and win, we can support them. And for retaining the students, for sustainability of the students who are graduating at the University of Dar es Salaam, but they have their prototypes and their products are not yet ready, we have the incubators. Of course, UDICT is one, Y4C is one, but we have UDIC, the University of Dar es Salaam Technology and Innovation Business Incubator, which is at the level of the university where I'm working. And this one takes care of everyone, not only from the University of Dar es Salaam, but even from other universities. They apply for it, and if they have the potentials to be incubated, we incubate them. The University of Dar es Salaam last year established the competitive grants for innovation, and this is for graduates and the staff of the University of Dar es Salaam. They have to compete, they have to write the proposal in collaboration, the graduate and one of the staff in the same field. at the University of Dar es Salaam. And when they win, so the money is there to support this graduate, but also to support the product, take it far for, and it is commercialized. So we have that fund since last year, and this year the core is on the pipeline, and we have been also at the center we have been also directed to assess the proposals and the projects which are submitted by graduates, see if we can or attach the staff and see how they can be supported so that we don't lose potential innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. So we'll take 2 more questions before we wrap up, please.
Thank you. Allow me to ask while sitting, please. Am I allowed? Okay. My name is Esther. I'm from Tildo. Actually, I've been looking for a chance to ask this question. It's just one question, but it has some sections, and I'm glad that there are potential representatives like the director of TVET from Minister of Education, so this question will be at the right place. My question is, do we have goals or priorities when selecting these projects? As the university, as academia society, as a country? While looking at the challenges that we have, do we have priorities, or we just take the viable projects? As long as I know, in education, for a project to be best, maybe the arrangement of the document, maybe the data analysis and collection and everything. But me, I'm coming to the point where, as a country, something can be viable, can be best at the university. Is it among the goals, the priority? Or we just fund or we support them because it's just an idea, she has just developed, or he has just developed an idea, and yeah, it's a new idea. Do we have priority as a country? Second one, don't we see the need for a country to develop the priorities, and organize all the funds to that specific priority, and actually encourage these innovators upon the priority of the country? That yes, you guys, you are innovators. As a country, we have this challenge. We have 5 years. We want to actually to make this problem to be removed from the society. So please, direct all your minds. Make sure we solve this problem. And the third one, what contribution maybe you can have, like to, as an advice to the government? Because I see it's a problem of the, no, let me not mention that name. It's a challenge even facing the government. We are supposed to have those goals, and they must be open to everyone. And finishing it, I'm going to actually mentioning Makisatu. I attended that event this year, and I was challenged. I looked at a lot of these people, a lot of projects, and so forth, so forth. My question was, if someone is given, as a country, I'm asking this for sure, I feel like as a country we need to move. If at all we are giving small amounts to 100 people, and they don't accomplish even one thing to solve for the country, we are losing, we are wasting time. Why can't we direct all the money? For example, I'm giving it as an example, then I finish. Maybe we have one challenge of transport. And this year at Makisatu, we say there is this challenge in transport. All innovators, direct your mind in this challenge. When we go there to Makisatu, we get the best solution. The next year, when you go back to Makisatu, we will say, last year, we had a problem, this problem in transport. And actually, we have solved it. And all the funds, we don't give 5 million or 10 million to 100 people, but we give 1 billion to one person for one project to remove the problem from the society. So that is my challenge. Do we have priorities? Do we have goals? Have we said? Do we have contribution to the government? Do we see the need? Thank you. Esther from Tildo.
Well, thank you very much. You tricked me here. You had a lot of questions, but they're all very pertinent. So we'll take them all. Who wants to take some of these questions? Possibly
Yes.
Dr. Cosmos?
Yeah, just to give our reflections on, first of all, thank you very much, Esther from Tildo. I think what you have experienced is very important, very, very important as a country. We need to at least set a directions. But as I said, at Y4C, our mode of working. First, we normally expose these young people to real life challenges. And where exactly we normally get the challenges? We normally get the challenges from stakeholders. Most of our stakeholders, not most but all, are development partners of the government. And these development partners of the government, they normally get these challenges from their implemented projects. And these development partners, they normally pay an attention to the 5-year development plan. So whenever the challenge they bring to us, it is normally taken from the 5 years development plans, not out of that. So we at the Youth for Children Innovation Hub, all the challenges we normally guaranteed that they have a very good impact to the society because of the nature, the sources where we get those challenges. Of course, we have been struggling, and as I said, it's not possible to, according to our experience, because we started Youth for Children Innovation Hub in 2016. It is not possible to export the challenges to the youth, and after that, you expect within a year to come out with something tangible. So we have been incubate this youth at least for some years, and after that, we take these, as I said, we take these solutions to the community for piloting, and whenever we pilot, we normally involve the respective units in the government. So if, for instance, our partner bring the challenges in health, so they normally link us from the start. As I say, normal, for instance, now the youth are doing the research. So whenever they do a research, they are attached to the specific units in the government organs. If it is a Minister of Wealth, so they will start working with the Minister of Wealth in assistance with our partner who bring the challenge to the university. So we have been working in that modality until we reach the phase where we take the solutions to pilot to the community. We normally link throughout with the government unit. So that guarantees that whenever these young people are doing, it has some connections with the 5 years government development plan. But you have raised a very nice point that we must have a goal. We have been fragmented these resources all along. It's like, of course, that is life. In life, you cannot say, let me this year concentrate on education and left out the health. It's not possible. In real life, you have to source out these resources because everywhere, everything is important to one person's. It can be important to you today, but it will be important to you also tomorrow. So if you invest too much on one area, of course, you're having a very good impact on that particular area, but it may reach at a point where people will start claiming that you have left some other peoples outside. So that is how we at the Youth for Children and University of Dar es Salaam are working. We are sure, we are guaranteed that we normally work on challenges that comes from the 5 years development plan. Maybe another, oh, you want to contribute something?
Not really, but I think Esther is making a very good point in terms of consolidation of efforts and ensuring that we have one direction when it comes to all levels of innovation, from the university level, the organization level, taking into account all the possible organizations that we can collaborate with, the government level as well. And I think that's a very good point, and it needs to be taken forward. So there are priorities of selecting these projects at the university level. You talked about the framework that the university use when they identify good research product. But when it comes to innovation, I think we go through the framework Cosma said, and I think it's a little bit separate from what we used to know as university as a bureaucratic academic institution, as opposed to innovation. So we have got priorities, so that is a yes. Can country come together and identify priorities, areas of challenges which can contribute much better than fragmented silos products? I think yes. Do we think we make a contribution as far as the government is concerned and the priorities are concerned? I think you're making that progress. Why can't we direct the money to the challenges rather than specific small product? I think that's a very good point, and maybe the government may need to take that up. But from our level, I think we're addressing something within the resources that we have, and we're bringing stakeholders to ensure that we contribute more effectively to the challenges that we address.
Okay, thank you very much, and we'll go for the final. Please don't say you have 4 sub-questions.
My name is Harriet Rogat. I'm from Mbeya University of Science and Technology. I'm the head of Department of Entrepreneurship and Business Management under the Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer. Human-centered design is the approach that I had from Dr. Cosmas and Dr. Helen. Yeah, it was 2 years back, and I'm happy today I'm here. I can see the experience from even students who are the beneficiaries of that approach. The human-centered design, I think, since we had that workshop, we are working on it in our university. But the problem we have is how to integrate it in our curricula. I think we'll learn from you. How did you manage to integrate the approach in the curricula? But today I have only 2 questions, small ones. One is, do you have the stock of challenges from challenge providers? Or do you have the stock? Or you enroll students and then find the challenges so that they can work on it? The second one is concerning the requirement for enrollment of students. Do you have any requirement that if you want to join Y4C, you need to have an idea or a challenge that you are going to solve, or what are the requirements? Thank you.
Perfect. I think those are two great questions to close this session. So
Yes.
please, Dr. Cosma.
Yes, let me give a reflection of Harriet. First of all, thank you very much, Harriet, for your good questions. Of course, I remember we met in 2019, I think it was, where we had a workshop in Most. Yeah, so your first questions about the challenge stock, the challenge repository. So yes, we at Y4C we have a template which we distribute it to the our stakeholders. So what we do, we normally approach the stakeholders, express what exactly we are doing at Y4C, and after that ask that stakeholders to be free at any times where that stakeholder will have a challenge. Then he can compose that challenges based on our templates, and after that send it to us. Yes, so we have a bank of challenges We have a bank of challenges, and we normally expose these challenges whenever we enroll students to our hub. Our experience is like this: whenever some innovations on that particular challenge, but I can assure you, we have never do enough innovations to exhaust what is required in one challenge. So you'll find each year there's an opportunity for students to come out or to brainstorm a very different idea from our previous students in the same challenges. So we have a bank we normally expose, and as I say, we have integrated the activity at Y4C with the final year project. So we expose the students to the challenges, we let them brainstorm, and after that come out with the solutions, and they will come out with different ideas whenever you expose even the same challenges to the students. So yes, we have the bank, and we still continue asking our partners to contribute to the challenge bank. On the requirement of enrolling a Y4C students, so what we normally do each year when we around March, April, we normally performs what we normally calls a window of enrollment to the Y4C. So we send an advertisements to the students and anyone who can be reached by that. So far, I wish I could go back to the presentations, but we have the statistics we have been using to receive a lot of registrations, post from different students in the University of Dar es Salaam. But last year we also started to receive applications from some institutions outside the University of Dar es Salaam. Like last year we received students who was interested from, I think it was Morogoro Muslim University, also another students from Zumbe. So we have been, the DIT, so we have been receiving that. And we normally send it by using the social media. So whenever we send it through social media, you'll find a lot of students applied. And after that we enroll. So the criteria is anyone who wish to come and innovate at university. The registration templates will tell you exactly what are the themes that we want to go out with in that particular year, and after that you apply. When you apply, you comes and we expose you to the challenges. Yeah, so that's all about registrations.
Okay, and that is a brilliant answer to close this panel. I would like to welcome a big round of applause to our three panelists this morning, please. So I would say that this has been quite good, but we do have a surprise on our sleeve, and I also understand that everyone wants to go for lunch sooner than later, and nutrition is something that is very important for UNICEF. But we do have some students who came here today to show us how it is that they go about this process of innovation. So we will very briefly, in about 30 minutes maximum before we break, give them a chance to present what it is that they're doing. And we're going to try and do this in an interactive fashion where we're going to split the room into two groups. One group will come here and see the presentation by Team ERA, and then a second group will be in the back and look at the presentation done by Team Lion. Each of these teams has been given a challenge, and they go through their practical training process that Dr. Cosmas mentioned this morning, and they are now at the stage where they have created a set of assumptions and a persona for whom this product will serve. So that's what we're going to do now, and we're going to have 5 minutes to listen to them, ask some questions, and then we'll rotate. Okay? So I would like to ask, because we've all been sitting, if everyone can stand just a little bit, please, while they set up. Yep. Can we all stand, please? Here we go. Can we stretch a bit? Arms to the side. Yesterday we did this. We breathe in and we breathe out. Okay, so everyone knows what is an odd and an even number? Yeah? Yes, okay. So everyone who was born in an even number will come to the front. So for example, my day was 21st of June, and I'm not going to say the year because that would make me sound old. But 21st is an odd number, so I would go to the back. So even numbers to the front, odd to the back. And I hope this will split the group roughly half-half. So everyone born on the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th, 13th, 15th, 17th, 19th, 21st, 23rd, 25th, 27th, and 3rd, 29th, and 31st would come to the front. Everyone on even numbers, 2nd, 4th, 6th, 8th, 10th, 12th, 14th, and so on, would go to the back. Let's try it. No. Sorry. Even in the front. Odd in the back. That's it. I'm sorry. My mistake. So it turns out I don't know the difference between even and odd. Okay, odd numbers in the back. Yes, please. Can you join close to that table? The students will be there. And we're going to do this speed dating style. Team, are you ready to project? 1 minute. Caroline is
What is that?
Yes.
Even is it?
Even is here. Yeah. Even here, odd in the back. I'm sorry. So, I am very sorry. So, let me just explain how I'm going to do this. I'm going to ask for Rachel and Caroline to help me, yes, in organizing the groups. Each one of you will stay with one of the teams. So if Caroline stays here, you'll go to the back. Yeah? Okay. What happened to the projector? Is it not working? Ah. Okay. Okay, so each group, wait, Team Healers is starting. Give me a second. Each group has two things. Can I have your attention, please, so we can do this very quickly and very briefly. So how are we going to do this? Each team will have a PowerPoint presentation and a flip chart, which is what they usually use at the university, to showcase to you what it is that they are doing. I am going to set a timer for each of the teams to have 3 minutes to present what it is that they're working, okay? And afterwards, I will give 3 more minutes so that you can ask questions or provide some feedback. Once this cycle is complete, then the groups will swap, yeah? The evens will go to the back and the odds will come to the front. Is that okay? Can you try it? Yes. So, are we ready? Teams? The team is not yet ready. The team in the back is ready. Okay. Let me set the timer. At the end of the 6 minutes, I will start clapping as a sign that we've done. Okay. Team, are you ready? What is happening? I'm sorry. You know, we cannot have a technological event without a technological glitch. That's how Apple did it. That's how Microsoft did it. So we're doing the same. Okay, we're just setting up. Now, give me one more minute, and I think we'll be good to go. So now it's a cable issue. We've been through software problems. Now we go to hardware problems. Soft skills, hard skills, energy, internet, everything is working. Who is HDMI? I think we should be okay. No? Is it connected there? Is it all plugged in? Can we have some support? We seem to not be able to connect the computer. Hello? I'm sorry. Okay, because it's there. What is not working? Okay, here we go. Finally. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I apologize once again, but we are going to start. So, we have two teams, Team Healers in the back and Team Era in the front. Both teams have challenges, and they will have 3 minutes to present the challenges and the work that they have done. And we start now. Please, go teams. Yes, and we've concluded 3 minutes. You need a little bit more? Yeah. Very quickly, because we then have time now for questions.
As a student, it's very difficult to understand. So the nutritional status of John is highly affected by the nutrition. The solution comes that question in the nutrition provided by the school. Account for how well, although as my father has stated, it's not actually good. John does not have to because he prefers junk food. Another thing is that the school doesn't allow John to have enough resources apart from studies where this point is sports and at home when practice is that this child
Find the problem. Only.
That you identified, and then you will go and check if these are the real needs of Sarah. Because I was wondering, how does the uniform have something to do with the maternal death and child delivery with the uniform? Why do you think that's a need? That without the uniforms, Sarah cannot perform well.
Actually, the part of uniform is the utilities in general. And
maybe protective gears? Yeah, that would be much better rather than the uniforms, it's the white thing and the
Yeah, that's why I had to zoom. Now, on the facts, we're saying Latinos are ignorant, and you put into brackets some. That's not a loaded term to use when you say someone is ignorant.
Actually, yes.
Are you comfortable with the word? And you have put it under facts.
Actually, the ignorance being spoken here. Actually, the ignorance being spoken here is that attitude. No?
We have 1 more minute to go.
It's not very much strong. It's a strong word actually.
Yeah, it's a strong word. It's probably soft.
Or maybe ignorant of what? If you have that, it could qualify the ignorance that you're talking about.
Actually, what we meant from that, we said, like the maternals are reluctant in following the clinical guidelines that they are given at the hospital, in applying them in their daily life.
Assuming that if it was from Swahili, the uzembe, we used the uzembe and then we took the ignorant, but when you put it there, it brings another different meaning.
Yeah. Instead of ignorant, because ignorant is not knowing. It's like
actually, it's the ignorance of the maternals, the patients.
15 seconds to go.
You came up from?
These are the
domains for the research.
Yeah.
So these are the problem cases, right? So
Give 3 minutes to each teams. And I am going to be mean now. I'm going to be strict. And it will be really 3 minutes. Okay, are we ready? In 3, 2.
Incentives, stress or anxiety in workplaces, and poor communication between the nurses and the maternal nutrition. We were also able to analyze some of the reviews from different literatures.
One minute.
The school routine forces John to do more study So they find if the food environment, the environment is poor.
That's so my general question. I want to know the extent of the problem. So what's the percentage of the community are served? I mean, there is maternal community. What's the percentage of that are served? Like Sarah, okay, I mean, Sarah is the person that is served. The people that face those challenges. What the percentage is actually served? Oh, sorry. So I mean, okay, so I'm sorry. So I mentioned the maternal,
I think the question is still valid, right? To what extent is the problem? Or are we just solving it? It's just one SAR in the whole country. We just fly around.
I know you have just done the desk research, so you may need to go further and check at the extent of the problem. The answer may be along those that direction.
We can go back to the review and we can derive our answer from there. So we said the problem is that there are poor practices in maternal care. So if we check the graph there, it shows that per 1,000 live births, there are around 20.3 deaths. And 20.3 might seem like a small number per 1,000, but still it's a huge number. So from there we can get the percentage or the extent to which the problem really affects the society.
So we can convey that to resources, facilities, and everything. Thank you.
I think great work. The small confusion in me is the same. I think they agree is that how the 23% has so many attributes, that being one of it. So maybe we're trying to also understand to what extent does this contribute to the 23%. That's
1 minute.
Yeah, because it's not Sarah alone or the likes of themselves or the job alone contributing to the deaths that are happening. So with time, of course, it takes more time to take. So it's a great job.
So you have a list of those potential causes.
These are the potential
I think, as you say, they need to know the extent of contribution.
Yes. Clinical practices.
Yes, the
You mentioned the facilities maybe.
So I was trying to think at what point are you going to analyze the potential or the feasibility that it will solve these problems. At least you'll be in a position of reducing that 20.3, yeah? Yes. At what point are you going to at least make that reflection to see that this one is important than others? Because this is a critical practices, but there are infrastructure, there are a lot of other problems. So when are you going to tell us the potential of you solving these ones will reduce?
I guess after we're going to do a research next week, we're going to visit some hospitals, we're going to have interviews and observations from several hospitals, from the nurses. So from there I think we can know what the root causes are.
One. And we need to wrap up this panel. Big
Dr. Cosmos. Okay, so what we're going to do now is, instead of changing the groups, odds and evens, we will change the team of innovators. You'll have the chance to see one more challenge before we break for lunch. So on this side, a new team will come, which is Team Lion, and on that side, a new team will also set up. Rachel, does that mean 3 minutes? I'm not giving you 3 minutes. Okay, so please, change the team of innovators. A round of applause in this round. A lot of work and dedication has been given to these. These teams have been quite challenged with some of these questions and problems to be solved. So now on the back or on the front, we'll have Team Lion to my left with issues related to water sanitation, hygiene, and disability. And in the front, we will have, or in the back, we'll have Team Big O. And I'm going to start the clock in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. One more round.
People with disability to access water, sanitation, hygiene in Tanzania due to the poor infrastructure for access to water service by people with disabilities, specifically in schools and in other places like hospitals. Also, the lack of awareness in the community regarding people with disabilities. Okay, why is it a problem? It's a problem because insufficient data or there's insufficient data of people with disabilities which does not allow for the public service to run or university to be made equitable. I mean, according to Tanzania 2008 report, it shows that the high number of disabled people the 5 years old. But the other age they are small, but in reality there's a high number of disabled people who are under 75%, and there's a high number of students who are disabled. Some are at home, some are at school, but they face the difficulty of access to water, sanitation, and hygiene, which sometimes get them to drop out of school. So you can see the problem of lack of enough data. That's all.
1 minute. Okay, teams, you need to wrap up. Okay, questions, feedback. Come on, support our innovators.
Visibility around, you just want them to see. Out of 32%. But I think we really challenge how might we increase accessibility. That is not just visibility. So I think
awareness, yeah. People to understand. Yeah. Visibility is not the technology part of it, which is. I mean.
So the infrastructure is there, like the water is there, or wash is there, only that they cannot see.
They cannot access washer.
So is it still visibility around access, or rather access?
What I understand problem visible. Not to create the solution for these people exactly, but to make this thing visible.
To the community.
To the community, to the government, whoever is building and whatever is putting the infrastructure in schools, in hospitals, and wherever, to understand that they have to consider them.
Yeah, I think she could be right. The right word to be used there would be awareness. When you create awareness, you also increase the level of visibility, right? But when you say, how can you increase visibility, something which is hidden, right? Which may not be necessarily the one that you are considering. Because we are talking about water, sanitation, and hygiene, right? And now, this is the problem that you are zeroing in terms of maybe bringing more attention from the government officers, maybe international organization, and so forth. So in that case, you maybe rightly use raising more awareness about that. Or in other words, I don't know, if you go by, yes?
I think from Google it says that it is the state of being able to see or be seen. That is the meaning of visibility.
Yeah, my issue is calling it a challenge.
We have one more
Then
minute.
If you go to the next slide, just go to the next one. So difficult to access water. That is the thing.
Yeah.
And the challenge there, we had visibility around accessed water. So it's like we are talking about two things.
Because the problem is not much visible. People don't take it much into consideration.
Okay, then we could rephrase. Let's think as we go along. For the problem to be visible again. We want this problem to be visible.
In fact, for them, they want the problem to be visible.
Exactly.
That's all.
Yeah.
That's
but
all.
From
Because
my
they want
perspective, I don't see the problem from the way they are presenting it. That's my issue, but it could be just me.
And actually, if you
15 seconds.
the two words, visibility and awareness, visibility would be very, very tricky. Come up what you can showcase, something like, this is a water problem. This is something to do with access. How will you show it?
And I think also awareness is much more
8,
common.
Yeah. And they have
In
the
terms of
7,
second bullet.
Yeah, actually.
6.
You may take it. Comments are always comments, right?
Yeah.
You go back to your, I think your researchers, main researchers, to discuss about these kind of comments and then whether they can take it on board.
2,
Just believe that
1. And
We wrap up this one. A round of applause. And so we swap again for one last round and then lunch. Evens, I don't know, evens to the front, odds to the back, and we do one last round, and you'll be able to see all the problems that are being, all the challenges that are being solved. Now the group switch and we wrap up. One more round, final round. So those who are in the front with Team Lion will go to the back to Team Big O. Those who are in the back with Team Big O will come to the front to Team Lion. 3 minutes presentation, 3 minutes feedback, and we close. So teams are ready, and we start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good afternoon. We are Team Lion from Way for Skills at the University of Dar es Salaam. My name is David, and my colleague is We are here in front of you to present the challenge, which is how much we increase visibility around access to water, sanitation, and hygiene by people with disabilities. This is a problem because there's difficult to access water, sanitation, and hygiene by people with disabilities in Tanzania because there is poor infrastructure for access water, sanitation, sanitation, and hygiene service by people with disabilities in your community. Also, there's lack of awareness population that is the people with disabilities. The community lacks the knowledge about how to do. The community lacks knowledge and lacks awareness of water, sanitation, hygiene to people with disabilities. Okay, why is it a problem? This is a problem because there's lack of enough data that does not allow for the public service to be planned or to invest to make equitable. Okay, according to our latest review, according to Tanzania Tanzania 2008 report showed that the high number of 65 years, high number of disabled people are 65 years old and above, and both female and this blue color, that female and this brown color. As you see, the high number of disabled people are from 65 years old and above. But in reality, in our country, there's a lot of disabled people who are under 65 years old, and many of them are young boys and girls who, some of them are not studying, some of them are studying, some of them drop out from school due to poor sanitation, water, and hygiene.
Here we have Basola. He's called Kenzo. Kenzo was the same person, a small age, and he was a primary student. He dropped out from school due to unsupportive infrastructure that his school has. And most of the people's disability, they are dropped out from school due to unsupportive infrastructure. And this, why there is unsupportive infrastructure for the most of the government schools, because there is an awareness. People they will consider those people with disability as other people. There is no consideration in this group. And they also, as we see, there is a lack of data. Even the most of the people, or most of the institutions, they are not aware about how many
Please,
people
you need to wrap up.
they will going to join the institution or going to go to the institution will have disability problem.
Okay, very good. So let's do very quickly, 2 minutes, quick feedback, questions, answers.
I know you're coming from the challenges and you may have a diverse area of consideration, but what basically are you looking to address?
We want to increase knowledge to the community,
So-
how to consider the disabled people so that they can access water, sanitation, and hygiene.
So awareness.
Awareness. Also, that's the main point. We have also to ensure that the community also consider disabled people when they construct something, they construct schools, they have to consider them so that they can access water, sanitation, and hygiene. You know, when they construct something, they put their toilet and that and all that, but they never consider disabled people.
So
you know, some don't have legs, don't have hands.
you advocate for facilities to be friendly to disabled.
I think for me, I think this goes beyond. I think it's a very good, very serious problem that we solve. It goes beyond just changing people's mindset. Also goes to decision makers. So if you go to secondary school headmaster and say, hey, you know, maybe toilets are not friendly enough for disabled people, to say, oh yeah, okay, now I know. But the next step will be to actually build one that is now suits Kenzo and the likes. So to also thinking of that dimension as well, that we need to also talk to funders, decision makers as well.
Investors.
Yeah, to also help facilities. So maybe the campaign could also
1 minute to go.
fundraise.
Yeah, we are done early. Oh, there's another question.
Identify those possible investors or people who are dealing with this issue, create awareness. How do you identify them?
30 seconds.
Go to the community now, finding people who deal with disabled, finding organization who deal with disabled. That would be
15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we wrap up. A big, big round of applause to everyone. I
apologize because we clearly went over the time, but I hope you've enjoyed this morning's workshop session. We will wrap up now, but I would just like to make one final remark. This is not easy. It's not easy to be part of the academia, being student, and then coming and having to think of challenges and delivering this presentation to you. Yesterday, the panels mentioned very much about soft skills, not just, knowing how to code and to program, but the boring stuff of knowing how to engage, to communicate. All these students trained their presentations over and over until they could have a 3-minute pitch for you this morning. And I think that is also very important. We always go with tech and shiny gadgets, but look, they use flip charts and post-its to get their personas together. We don't need to be always state-of-the-art to be able to innovate and to deliver solutions. So I would just welcome one final round of applause for our students and wish you a very good lunch. Thank you. See you in the afternoon. Diana, a bit of housekeeping. What time do we restart in the afternoon? 1:30? At 2. Okay. So I welcome everyone to go for food now, and we reconvene at 2 p.m. In 1 hour 10 minutes for the afternoon session with UNDP.
but those questions are related to commercialization, basically related to the theme of this particular session. And then we will have also discussions online. We do have our moderators online who will work with online participants, and they will also collect some thoughts from those online sessions. And then finally, for about 40 minutes, we will do a recap of the findings, and that is we'll get reports from each group for about 5 minutes. So that's about 20 minutes in total. And then we'll report back from online groups as well. Madam Lillian Madeje will come to report about what has transpired in online groups. And then finally, I will present on next steps after this session. My name is Peter Nyanda, and I work with the United Nations Development Program in Tanzania. I'm based in Dar es Salaam, and I'm part of the Innovation team. We have two particular programs from UNDP that are specifically dealing with innovation. We have the UNDP Accelerator Labs, and then we have our very new Funguo program, together with our partners, who we'll get to know a little bit later. But before that, let me take this opportunity first to present my co-facilitator, Dr. Erasto Mliuka. Dr. Erasto, if you can come forward and just introduce yourself, please.
Thank you, Peter, for this opportunity. Dear participants, as I have been given opportunity to introduce myself, my name is Erasto Mliuka. I work for the Commission of Science and Technology as a Technology Management and Transfer Manager. In this program, I am a co-facilitator, and I also work as a focal person for Funguo program. Thank you so much. Hope to be with you for this program.
Thank you very much, Dr. Erasto. And so, without further ado, let me take this opportunity to welcome Mr. Nelson Rodriguez from UNICEF. He will introduce himself and give us a brief recap of what transpired since this morning. Mr. Nelson, karibu.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, good afternoon. It's an honor to be here, to be able to share with you some of the highlights of this morning. I have to say we had a very productive morning with sessions that went over time because there were very interesting topics indeed. As we go into the session about commercialization or successful commercialization, what we did in the morning is the step that might lead to successful commercialization, and we did a long discussion on models and initiatives that could help young people to create their own businesses. So what did we discuss? We saw that there's potential models where young people can lead into solution creation. We've addressed a bit of what the University of Dar es Salaam is now expanding to other learning opportunities, but it's problem-based education. So real-life contextualized learning that takes students to a different to the development of different skills, which then generate potential solutions that can go ahead into a market. We were asked in the morning, what about opportunities? How can young people access this? And we've realized that possibly one of the most important things for young people, if they have the ideas, if they have solutions, is to make themselves visible. Visit innovation hubs, places like the Y4C that we saw this morning. Work with COSTECH. Be identified as a potential solution, and then you'll be able to access initiatives like the University of Dar es Salaam Innovation Entrepreneurship Center, which can then help you with further avenues. We saw from the technical vocational education and Technology from the Ministry of Education, the participation in events like Makisatu to get you visibility on your ideas. So that is one of the things. We also acknowledge the problem that I expect will also be addressed in this afternoon, which has to do with protecting innovation in terms of successful commercialization. So if young people bring ideas up front, then what prevents the market to steal them? And I do hope that we can think about that a little bit this afternoon. We also explored the avenues for ideas and for creation, and we explored a bit of a model for the practical training of Y4C, the University of Dar es Salaam, where students go through a modality of human-centered design stages in order to identify solutions for challenges. But we stopped short of identifying how they transition into the real economy. We have not created businesses and we have not created enterprises. And that is where I think we connect with this afternoon session. We've shown how it is possible to take young people, provide them with challenges, and receive solutions. But now we need to take the next step, which is transition those solutions to a real live digital economy. So this morning was about that, generating the opportunities that young people need or must take in order to be successful entrepreneurs. And that was this morning's reflections. As I said, it was very interesting, and there were long debates on how we can foster opportunities, but I am very excited that we're going to move into real live commercialization of these ideas. Thank you very much, and a successful afternoon in this workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nelson. I would like to ask our IT people to offer us with HDMI cable for presentation, please. I wonder if my presentation is visible. Can you see the presentation? No? No. You see me, not the presentation. Okay. Could you please link us to the presentation? Yeah? We good? Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I have only 4 slides. So my key job here at this point is to set up the stage for a presentation that will come from the Commission of Science and Technology. And my intention here is to sort of highlight what actually as UNDP has done in terms of supporting commercialization in universities. So last year we did sign an MOU with 2 universities, the Mbeya University of Science and Technology, but also the Nelson Mandela African Institution of Science and Technology in Arusha. And so basically what we did is that we do, as UNDP, we do acknowledge that universities do have a lot of innovations that are there. There are students, there are lecturers, professors, if you will, that are doing different projects, science-related and non-science-related projects. But if you look at the context, you realize that there's a lot of innovations that have not been able to commercialize. Most of them have ended at the prototype stage, and then sometimes you find in a situation where a student has graduated and nothing has gone to the market yet. But this is a factor of too many or of many factors as to why commercialization is not happening in universities. And that is the reason why we have a session today, because we want to discuss about what exactly is the context. So you will agree with me that when we talk of commercialization, we definitely are referring to two things. So just to put it in simple terms, you will have a technology or a product on one side, and then you will look at business model on the other side. So if you have your technology or you have your product, you definitely need the right business model in order for your product to go to the market. So what is happening in this context is that there is a product, but do we have the right business model to take our product to the market? So what is happening in that context? And can we say that in the academia field, do we have the right interventions? Is there a right system? Do we have the right policies in place to ensure that these technologies or products are being taken into the market? And how many have succeeded? How many have failed? So these kinds of things. So basically, when we talk of commercialization, we're talking about those things. But just to explain about the current context that we see. So this is just out of my observation. It's not from any book or from any research. All right. So in a typical university or college in Tanzania, you would have colleges or universities that have incubation spaces, or if you will, they would have a place where they would refer as an innovation space. But in some cases, in other institutions, you only have scientists or students that have products. But these are, based on their own initiatives, and they are not related to any work that is related to their institutions. So for institutions such as, for example, Nelson Mandela or Mbeya, these two institutions do have incubation centers. And in incubation centers, students who are selected to go into those centers do enjoy different services such as business development services and the like. Or in other cases, they would enjoy things like seed funding in order for them to be able to develop their products. In other cases, there are universities that are contemplating to have special, in UNDP language, we call special purpose vehicle, which is in regular language, we would say maybe a company or an organization that actually promotes that innovation. So I know that from, for example, Nelson Mandela University is already thinking about initiating their own private company to promote these solutions into the market. The same goes with Mbeya University of Science and Technology. They are also working towards that. So these are companies that will be based inside the universities, but basically supporting with commercialization. But in other cases, students do have their own companies while still studying at school. They have registered their businesses, and they are actually aiming at going to the market after graduation or during their studies. So so in that case, I would say that there are two particular entry points that if you were to support commercialization process in university, you would either fall at entry point 1, which would refer supporting services that are being provided by these innovation spaces in these particular institutions. Or you would actually end up having services that would support scientists or, if you will, students with research products in universities. And then there will be entry point number 2. This is upon graduation or upon graduation, for example, for students going to the market. There is another entry point where partnership, collaboration, mentorship, coaching, or financing is related. So how does these students graduate, go to the market, and start compete as independent businesses? So in that way, I think that the process of commercialization will be easier, and so that's the current context. But there are a lot of challenges that the two institutions that are my cases today do face, but those challenges are internal within their own institutions, but they are also related externally. That is the policies and regulations that are existing in the country. So we did a quick SWOT analysis with the two institutions. So the Incubation Center at Nelson Mandela is called Create, and then there is an incubation center at Mbeya Tech, which is called SIT. And you can see, as you can see from my side there are multiple challenges that are faced by these two institutions. So they have mentioned issues around the competition from other institutions, changing in policies, mobility of staff or innovators, and the issue of mobility is quite big because, for example, when a student does her PhD, for example, for a grad school or a project for first degree, then after that project, this person is gone. Sometimes they're employed elsewhere, and that's where it ends. So these are current challenging, and we all know that there is limited international funding, for example, from different agencies or from within. Those are some of the issues that were mentioned. But you can see that from the slide. But there are, of course, there are a lot of opportunities. For example, there's a lot of challenges. In Africa, we always say that problems start the moment you walk out of the door. There's already something that needs to be fixed. It's either there's no water is not flowing, or maybe outside the road is not fixed, things like that. So problems are right in front of your face. So that already is an opportunity for innovators to work. But the good thing is that both of these institutions, for example, Mbeya Tech already has, for example, a draft policy on intellectual property rights. And of course, I know that NMIST is also working towards that direction. But there's also another opportunity. There is an existence of a lot of products, and this is just not the case for Mbeya and Arusha. But I've had an opportunity to work with Dar es Salaam Institute of Technology, and my good friend Julia is in the audience as well. And they do have a lot of biomedical engineering product in their design studio. But again, as Julia would say, I think not all the products have been able to go to the market. They have not been able to commercialize. So why is that? What are the challenges? I think we will have those kinds of answers in this session today. Again, some of the weaknesses that do exist in most of these institutions. One is inadequate capacity to resource mobilization. Also, there is an issue of low understanding of commercialization itself. Because in business, you need to have what we call business intelligence. So usually if you're a student, and I remember I have a good friend at Mbeya Tech, a student who always says that I rarely meet people because after classroom, I would go to the basement and start working on my product. So I rarely meet people. So sometimes you work in the basement. By the time you finish your prototype, you try to take it to the market. Already, there are companies from China who have brought more or less an advanced product than the one that you have. So, so there's always a dynamism in the business environment in Tanzania. So how do we ensure that there's business intelligence in these institutions? Because that's very important. Otherwise, if you create a product that is not informed by your market, then that product is likely to fail. So those are some of the issues that we need to discuss. But also the issue of understanding of commercialization itself is also still very low for some. And also lack of a product to promote, of an SPV. I said SPV is an organizational company to promote that product. So for example, why isn't the private sector collaborating with the academia? Why is it that there's very low collaboration with the private sector? We did expect that the likes of METL, for example, the Azam Group, would be in this university and enjoy some of the product developed by students or by scientists and then use them in their businesses. There are some good cases that is happening, but it's not happening at a very large stage. So why isn't that happening? I mean, we need to have these kinds of answers from a workshop or from a session like today. Again, the issue of attracting investors. Investor readiness is also very important, but this is one of the weaknesses that have been identified by many. Because in order to attract investment in a business, you need to be investor ready. So how do we ensure that there is investor readiness in our institutions. Okay, so I leave that to you to discuss. These are just my quick thoughts. So these are not, I've tried to identify a few pathways that may perhaps lead to commercialization. Like I said, financing is a big issue. Issues around equity, loans, seed funds, etc. But we are glad that we have a new program such as Funguo, which is looking at catalyzing innovations in Tanzania. But somehow we do not know like what is going on there. We need scientific research to understand the concept, the context of commercialization in universities. But again, collaboration and support is also another pathway where we can devise mechanisms for intra-university collaboration. That is very important. Something is happening at DIT. Sometimes the people in Arusha do not know, or maybe they need a certain capacity, but that capacity is already in the other college, but the other college does not know. So that we need to promote. And again, as I said, academia, industry, nexus promotion is quite important. And lastly, as UNDP, we do promote the concept of collective intelligence. We do believe that problems can be solved in a group, and I think distributed problem solving in collective intelligence is quite important. I was just chatting with my friend Julia, and she told me about how DIT is now inviting people from different other ecosystems, even from vocational education institutions, to come and try out their ideas at the design studio at Dar es Salaam. I think that is very good, and that can promote innovation. So because there's not much business intelligence in colleges, then once you have opportunities coming from outside colleges or universities, is quite important to promote the concept of distributed problem solving. So ladies and gentlemen, I'll stop here, and I will invite Dr. Erasto to continue with the same topic, but from the Commission of Science and Technology side. Thank you very much. Dr. Erasto, karibu.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Yeah, I will continue from where my colleague has stopped. Actually, the two concepts, commercialization and the business model, that is very key when we are talking of commercialization. And
can you please project the screen?
So I'm going to take you through, very brief, on commercialization of innovation from university, from the perspective of the Commission of Science and Technology. Just to make a highlight, Tanzania Commission of Science and Technology, it is an apex organ when it comes for the issue concerning technology and innovation. We are promoting and coordinating researches, because most of these innovation are coming from research. So when you have an idea, that idea to become to a level where it's a proven idea need to be supported by research findings. So we work with universities and the R&D institutions, research and development institutions, and the research centers, and the other ecosystem, innovation ecosystem. And also we support the technology development and the transfer in the country. So here we work with mostly with research and development institutions together with the technology centers. So also we do make popularization of science, technology, and innovation in the country. And also we foster international and regional collaboration. Some of you have benefited from this collaboration. So, in brief, this is how our commission is organized. We have a directorate which concerns with the promotion of research and the coordination. So here, mostly, it coordinates researches from higher learning institutions together with those which are happening in research and development institution and from other ecosystems. For all researches which are being done in Tanzania, you need to get a research permit, of which is being issued by the commission. And also we have a center for development of technology and transfer that is responsible for innovation, technology development and transfer. So as far as our discussion this afternoon is centered to this center, because that's the one which is responsible to assist the commercialization. So from the research, they are given money to come up with the knowledge. So those knowledge, it can be in the form of minimum viable product or minimum viable processes. So at the center now should be upgraded into a product or a service. So we do coordinate most of the graduates from universities. They become to be incubatee from these innovation intermediaries, either innovation hubs for ideation or the incubator to accelerate them to find their way to the market. So they come from the universities with a minimum viable product or services. So they are being also supported on that. So as I mentioned that we do popularize science and technology in the country. So we have a directorate which is responsible for communication, ICT resources. And also we have a directorate which is responsible for the institution. So in general, the Center for Development of Technology and the Transfer, it is responsible to support commercialization of innovation from the ecosystem, including universities and R&D. So how do we do it? I think most of you know of these innovation intermediaries. So there had been a gap between research and the commercialization. Why that gap has been existing, there is a little interaction between the higher learning institutions and the industry, whether it's a small micro industry, medium industry, or the bigger industry. The interaction is not that very big. So what that interaction do I refer here? That if the people from the industry, they have problems, those problems should be channeled to the higher learning institution to get a solution. And if the higher learning institutions, they have come up with a minimum viable products, if the interaction is very strong, then the private sector, the industry, they have to get those minimum viable products into the market, because then they have already the business model. So now we have been trying to shape the direction of commercialization by working much on pre-commercialization through the Innovation Hub. Within COSTEX, we host Boon Hub, which is the hub of hubs. So now we have come up with the hub of hubs strategy, of which is going to be rolled out in the country to encourage higher learning institutions to have the innovation space, that when the researchers, students, researcher, or the faculty members, if they have somewhere an idea that should be addressing a social pain, a social problem, that should be shaped by these innovation spaces. And the innovation spaces, they think about the business idea, not just coming up with the solution. So as an apex organ in the issue concerning science, technology, and innovation, we do interact with the whole national innovation ecosystem at different levels. So we as a government, we need to provide a working environment which is suitable for all players in the innovation ecosystem. So at a research level, we expect to come up with a new idea, the invention. So the invention doesn't go directly into the market. It must develop to a level whereby it can be a minimum viable product, minimum viable process, or system, of which can lead to a product. So at this stage of developing this idea, the universities, they are doing good job, but there is a gap. Who will take those minimum viable products to the market? So with this gathering, we are going to come up with a solution to motivate the public-private partnership, of which we are going to bring another term, which we call it triple helix model, whereby the government provide a conducive working environment for commercialization, and then we expect now the higher learning institutions, research and development institutions, them to come up with the minimum viable products, and then the industry to find a way now to commercialize those products. And that it will happen provided there is interaction, and natural interaction between the industry and the source of knowledge, which are higher learning institutions. So what's more important when we think of commercialization, it should be from the innovation point of view, of which it may read now to design according to the requirement of the market. Those who are the master of markets, who know the markets, are the private sector, the industry, because for higher learning institutions, they are given money to generate knowledge. But for industry, they use knowledge from the industry to generate products. And that product is translated into service, into money, and the other things. So it's very important now, we need to embrace the innovation. The innovation runs through the whole process. But we need now to come up with the intervention whereby it leads to technology transfer. That's from source of knowledge, that what is produced there should be transferred now to the industry, the user of knowledge. And that should be a mechanism that will help, that we need to go through having innovation agenda. That in this maybe particular period of time, as a nation, what is our innovation agenda? And then we need to shape the journey, how we are going to walk through that, the strategic intent. So through doing that, we'll be able to do searching, exploring, and even committing those which we find is valuable, like from the morning discussion, morning session, all those concepts which we come up with, we need now to find a way to commit them, and then to find a way now to realize that we are going to actualize what we have come up with. We optimize, and then we come to a level we can be able to create the value. So all these, it is possible if we come together and they work as partners. So more important, the government should create a good innovation environment, of which, as my colleague has mentioned, universities, they are semi-autonomy. They need to have their own policies so that they can be able to actualize the innovation and the commercialization. And in so doing, also they need to have the national policies in place. So I'm going to share with you some of the national policies which are in place, and they encourage commercialization of innovation from the source of knowledge. So some of them, as you can see, we have the National Science and Technology Policy for Tanzania, that is of 1996. How many of you have gone through this innovation policy? Okay, great. On the one hand, so if you go through this innovation, this National Science and Technology Policy, it requires our state to be independent in terms of technology. But you can find we are still importing technology from outside. Why? Just because we have not lived according to what this policy stipulates. This policy, it brings together all participants of the innovation ecosystem, beginning from government, private sectors, community development organizations. They are all included and they have their role. But we have not lived to what it stipulates. Also, we have the National Research and Development Policy. It's in place, of which it brings all together that we can work as one ecosystem. So we have a number of policies of which, just for the sake of displaying, I will just emphasize on what we think it will work better for us if we are going to work on it. We are thinking of triple helix model. Right now we are doing as a research. There are some clusters which are representing the industry. And there are academia that are coming from universities. We are working with the Sokoine University of Agriculture. We are also working with Nelson Mandela and other universities. So now we are making them have interaction between the cluster, those who are representing the industry, and the academia. We as COSTECH, we provide a conducive environment for them to come up with a product that can find its way to the market. So what we can see now in the triple helix model, academia, it provides the appropriate technology services. From the academic, we need to get the minimum viable product, or even that technology readiness level to a certain level. Now the private sector, the industry, it needs now to come in to identify the markets. So that one, it can help now to sustain commercialization of the innovation. The government, including the frontline ministries, like the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, Ministry of Industry and the Trade, and the other ministries, that their role is to stimulate the process, to boost the economy by providing incentive. This incentive is to encourage now the faculty to be willing naturally to interact with those who are working in the industry, and they come together with one common understanding that they can provide a minimum viable product or solution from the institution, and also receive challenges from the industry. But from academia point of view, their central focus is on teaching, research, consultants. And a few universities now, they have added innovation and commercialization. So now looking into their central focus, you find now it's a challenge. For academia, their research priority, apart from that COSTECH sets the research priority for the country, you find is triggered by their investigator. So you find if they are getting funds from outside, regardless of the research priority we have set, still they are going to do according to what the one who provides the fund needs them to take that direction. So this one is a challenge to them. They cannot work according to what the industry needs. Also, the grant is also a challenge. And for them, publication is important for their growth in their career. So they will focus on that. Transfer of technology mostly is through the student. When they graduate, that they go with the technology from the universities. Now look into the industry. For them, their priority is set by the management. What they want is the profit. So if they come together, it will be easier now to do commercialization of the innovation. To wind up, I will just mention that we need now to work on demand-driven innovation, of which from universities, mostly from our past experience, most of the incubatee are graduates from university. So wherever they are produced is the interaction between that hosting institution and the faculty staff and that graduates. So from there we get most of the graduates who also come to a point to commercialize those innovations. So when they are commercializing now, they are commercializing as an individual in relation with whether the instructor or the whoever we have been working with, but not as a university. So we need to come up with a mechanism whereby we can have this commercialization from the individuals and also from the university to have a spin-off company, as my colleague has mentioned. And that one, it will be through the entrepreneurship that the university have to start thinking of coming with the entrepreneurship. So for demand-driven innovation, it requires that we need to have a seed money. And from that point of view, we can bridge that. We can see there is a death valley, of which universities, they focus on special responsibilities, of which is on the basic research, creative of new knowledge, pure curiosity-driven research, and the publication and the consolidation and the sharing the material. But from the industry point of view, they need now the applied research. So if we bring them together, by leaving the triple helix model, we believe we are going to commercialize most of the innovation from the universities. Right now we have some guidelines. We have a grant manual for innovation that this helps the pre-commercialization stage, of which has helped many who have graduated from universities. So to conclude, we are looking for integrated national innovation and technology transfer system that will strengthen the Tanzania innovation ecosystem, which will also facilitate the commercialization of innovation. And also to have a sustainable financial support mechanism to help the innovators, and also to leverage the linkage between the private, government, and the industry. So with this presentation, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Erasto. So before we move to the last speaker of this session, as I promised, a student, I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Noel Mbonde, the director of TVET. If you could stand and wave, please. Is he around? Is outside? Okay. Sorry? He left? Okay. Thank you. But we have also in the room an amazing team from University of Dodoma. If you can wave, a representative from Dodoma. Thank you so much, Dr. Casey. We have Doreen from Sokoine University of Agriculture. Thank you so much. We have Burio from UDEC. Yeah, thank you. We have Harriet from Mbeya Tech, Mbeya University of Science and Technology. And then we have the co-ICT team. Are you here? Okay, thank you. And the Internet Society. And also we have Tirdo. Thank you so much. And UN agencies. I can see UNCDF in the room as well. Yeah, thank you so much. FCDO, if we have a representative. UNICEF, you already saw Rodriguez. And of course, if we do have a representative of the European Union, if you could stand and wave again. Yeah, maybe they're in the morning session. Okay, thank you so much. So let me invite a student from, actually a former student from Mbeya University who graduated and successfully started his own company and went into business right away. So I'll give you only 5 minutes. Leodiga, Andrew, if you can come forward and share your experiences. So only 5 minutes, please. Karibu-san.
Hello, as introduced by our coordinator, my name is Leodiga from Nonuget Software Development Company. I'm a former graduate from the University of Science and Technology. In 2019, we graduate a bachelor degree, and me with my friends, before we graduate university, there was a model that we are working with. That was queue management system. It's a model that is we first in the development phase we developed from the model to work on hospitals. So because in our local community, the place where we focus, and we saw that it has a lot of queue and we need to manage it. It was a hospital. So referring to that situation, we come up with a solution that we developed, and we brought it to different. It won from Makisatu as a best business model or best innovation for science of ICT, and then we come up with an idea that we have a product already, but how can we brought that product to the market and in a way that we can also benefit, and in a way that we can commercialize as the matter of today. We are here about commercialization. So we come up with that idea. We organize, me and 3 friends. We start up a company called Nunugate Software Development Company, and from there we started. Behind us there was a good support from Costec also, where we come up with that idea. We register the company and do all procedures required that we need to establish a company, and then from there we started to find a business models. We come up with at least 3 models, where we take first model as we brought our product to the market, and then after installing them to different places like on hospitals, and then we come up with a model that we can collect the revenue through that model without them paying us in first. So we talked with Muhimbili National Hospital, and we brought our product there, and we installed. For some of you which have already went there, you can see the systems which especially on the Kaya Cardiac Institute is fully operating. We made business with them and other hospitals like Bagala Hospital and different hospitals that are privately owned. But the challenge we had was the solution. Its bit seems to be expensive to other hospitals and our local entities, and so the issue was funding our project towards the market. So our strategy was first to find investors, but that was not our very focus. Our focus was to bring a product which is challenging. And what made our product successful, it doesn't mean we don't have other queue management systems on market. We have, but our product has a continuation that it can operate different queues at the same time with that can recognize the same person from different steps. That model which works well on hospitals and on different places. That was the point that was a selling point that brought our products as a good selling point. Yes. So I know I don't have much time, but if I get another time, I will explain well. But that was what I have to bring to share with you about my experience and what I. So I thank all of you for listening. I know my time is up, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I believe some members of the audience will have a few questions for you. You can, I think, reach out to Andrew and talk to him. I would like to get, before we go to the next sessions, I would like to get some reaction from the audience. So if you have any comment or question, I'll take up to 3. Please raise your hand and the microphone will follow you to where you are seated. Yes, at the back. Microphone, please, to the back. Your name, where you come from, your institution, and your comment or question.
Hello? Okay. Thank you. I'm Moses Ismail from the College of ICT of the University of Dar es Salaam. Thank you for the presentation, Peter, and your colleague. I think it was very insightful. Just to put things in perspective of what we are doing in the University of Dar es Salaam, we are in the process of enacting the guidelines for commercialization of IP innovation and research output. So that makes the presentation that you gave about what is happening in Mbeya University and Nelson Mandela resonate very well with me and exactly what you are doing in the university. So we welcome on board the initiatives and efforts that are happening elsewhere to come together to ensure that we push this forward, especially this time. And I'm happy with the triple helix model that was talked about. And that PPP is the way forward. And I think we can come together to push this agenda for the whole nation. And I wanted to make a quick comment about the collaboration between government, academia, obviously the R&D specifically, and the private sector. And I wanted to know, because this collaboration is very important, so I wanted just to point out that it is not industry or government or academia alone sitting somewhere and waiting for the other part to come. From the research that we have been doing, especially in enacting these guidelines, we have learned that normally, as we said, the industry are in business and they will look elsewhere for the good product that they can get. If it is R&D, they can call in someone who is specialized in a particular product to do R&D for them. So it is down to us as the academia to reach out to the industry and the government to support these initiatives to ensure that there's a good environment for that to happen, for the whole thing to work. And that is why we came up with what we've been talking about this morning, the problem-based learning and the challenge-driven education. We have got on board government agencies like DAWASCO, DUWASA, and now I think in the coming year we are going to engage organizations, industry in the product and services value chains to ensure that we bring them on board and attract them to work with us, but as well to create the value for them to see that this ecosystem is about value sharing rather than regulatory or I would say compliance machine for them to being politically brought in for the sake of that. So we need to ensure that we create value with this. And once again, I welcome all of you guys. We have a lot of people here coming from partners that we engage with and those ones which you are not engaging with. We had productive talks this morning with a few of them, and I think this should be the beginning of a very good, prosperous future as far as commercialization of university research, IP, and innovation product is concerned. So I think we shouldn't stop the discussion here. We should keep the fire burning.
Okay, thank you very much. A lady at the back, and then Dr. Casey.
Hi, everyone. My name is Catherine from the University of Dar es Salaam. So I have a question to the project that was just presented, the queuing project, the application. So concerning commercialization, this is an issue that has been talked about, but then there might be products or ideas that could be commercialized in a way, but then the owners might be afraid of certain issues. So I wanted to ask concerning the issue of security, how are you able to go about it, not technically, but then putting a product out there for hospitals to use or for a certain institution to use? How can you be sure that it's secure, or are there like policies that are kept in place because you might be afraid to do something? What if it's not secure enough, or what's the extent, something like that? To just, was it an issue for you, or was it something you thought about, or is it something to just, you know, ignore? I just want to know the whole security thing. How do you go about it? Not technically, but general.
Okay, thank you. Andrew, take that note, and then you'll answer that question during Q&A in the end. Okay, one final hand.
Yes, please.
Dr. Casey, Karib.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. I enjoyed listening to your very quick points, especially from the areas in which you think perhaps UNDP and other international organizations could have an entry point, especially on the first one about the possibility of supporting those activities which are incubated at various universities. And maybe the other option will be about supporting the students after graduation. Now, I think those could be possible areas for intervention. And I was wondering which one, maybe from UNDP perspective, that you are thinking about supporting. Because we've been losing a number of good products to the market, especially after graduation. Students will always have this kind of disconnect with their supervisors or their principal investigators and so forth. And we have been wondering how could we be able to come up with some tangible strategies that can help us to hold on and protect these kind of beautiful ideas. And the second observation is about the institution that you are working on. You've mentioned about Nelson Mandela and Mbeya. And I think from what you've shared with us, I think there is a kind of a remarkable kind of work which is going on. And I was wondering again, are you thinking about upscaling or increasing this sample of the universities that we are working on, and maybe to include some more, depending on the needs basis. But I think we may have some already accumulated experiences from what we are doing with these two universities and what could be the future for others. And maybe the other question will be for presenters from COSTECH. And I think COSTECH has been the Commission for Science and Technology in Tanzania, has got the mandate to oversee the innovation and research products in Tanzania. And I was also wondering whether it is also thinking about trying, of course, COSTECH is itself part of the government, but I was wondering whether that promise of 1% of GDP, which has been always been sung by many politicians, that should go to research and innovation, at what time will it be coming? Maybe we have been waiting for a long time now. Is there any indication that we are going to get it soon or later? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Casey. I think, COSTECH, you got that question. And there was a burning hand behind Julia there. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Sharifa Kalokola, and I'm representing Foundation Botna. Actually, I just want to comment on COSTECH presentation. For me, I think it's what's happening in Tanga. It's actually the triple helix model. Like the Tanga City Council is working with academia, that is the Ardhi University, together with the NGO, D-Lab. They're working together to solve community problems, the problems that Tanga City Council faces. For instance, right now they're improving data. So what I'm saying is that for academia to flourish in the commercial side, they have to stop working in silos and foster interactions. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. So that will be our last comment, unless there is a burning comment. Then we'll move to the next session. I would also like to recognize the presence of former Director of Human Development and Innovation Fund in Tanzania, Mr. Joseph. Joseph, if you could wave. I know you know him, he's quite popular in this space. Karibu sana, Joseph. Yes, Dr. Erasto, if you could help me with forming 4 big groups, and I will be projecting 4 questions, and every group is supposed to attempt 1 question. So question number 1 means group 1 up to question number 4. You have started it? Okay, karibu. Please. And please, if you're using the microphone, make sure your mask is on.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to divide into groups. We are going to have 4 groups, and those groups are going to be formed naturally. So we are going to use the short number. You count 1 up to 4. Make sure you remember your number. Then from that number, we are going to make a combination of a group. And we will have 4 questions. And within the group, it will be a bigger group, depending to the number of participants here. I think we can have maybe about 10 people, the way I can see. So we are going to make a bigger group, and then we are going to be given a question. So to respond to your question, which is provided to a particular group, not in a form of discussion. You have an idea as an individual. Then you share with your colleagues briefly, and then you write down. So there will be a flip chart which is going to be distributed to each group. Then you write your idea, and then the other one also will have to write an idea. So for that to work it smoothly, after forming a group, we will need to have 2 leaders. One a chairperson and another a secretary to record the idea which are coming from a group. So because we need to observe social distancing, you can keep social distancing but maintain the level of your group. So the sheet can move from one table to another of the same group to get the idea from each one. I hope that is clear. Is the instruction clear? So now we are going to count short number 1 up to 4. We can begin from left to my left to right, and then again it's from my right to left until we go to those sitting sitting behind. Welcome. So make sure you remember your number.
So number 1, use 2 tables in the front. Okay. have 20 minutes for this group assignment, and then we'll have another 20 minutes for reporting back. We need flip charts, please. Can someone get flip charts to the groups and marker pens?
Hi. So for those of you who are participating online, we will also be doing a session where we go through the group questions that I hope are still available. And we only have 20 minutes, so we'll start with the first question and see how far we get. I hope you can all hear me. I'll introduce myself really quickly. I'm Linda Snorlin, and I work for UNDP as an investment facilitation and finance analyst. Great to hear. And I'll be taking you through the 4 questions for discussion. So in the physical meeting, they've divided up for the 4 groups have 1 question each, but we'll just see how far we get and see how much we have to
Group 3, question 3, group 4, question 4.
So I'm not sure if I can mute the group room. Maybe someone can do that so that those of us who are online can discuss. In any case, very happy to have you here. We're going to start off with the first question, which is, what do people mean by commercialization? And Safarani will be taking notes. So please do raise your hand if you have any thoughts, and karibu. And I'm also happy to take any thoughts you have in the chat. All right, there are 2. Karim, if you want to start off, you are welcome to.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you. And now you are muted. There
Okay,
we
can
go.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So my basic understanding for commercialization is basically changing an idea into a business aspect where you can earn money from it. So that's just a short definition for it.
Very good. I think I'm seeing, I also saw Jawadi had his hand up. So if you wanted to add anything to that.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me all?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, perfect. Hi. The commercialization means that in Tanzania, into our university, we are always doing project and some researches. So turning from just a project to research to a business, that's also what we mean commercialization. And I think that starts from college or university. So you start with a project or research, then you graduate and you start. You turn up into a business, and that's where commercialization come in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If anyone else who are attending want to contribute to that discussion, that's great. I think